our summit. We have gathered some of the most influential people on the US-India partnership, and our gathering brings in senators, congressmen, definitely the Second Lady, ambassadors, and business leaders from across India, US, and Japan itself. I would like to acknowledge Ambassador Vinay Kwatra and Pooja Kwatra for taking the time. We appreciate it, all the effort he puts in driving this partnership. I also would like to acknowledge Senator Steve Daines and co-chair of India Caucus, Congressman McCormack, for making all the effort to build this relationship between the two countries. I also would like to congratulate three honorees today. We have Arvind Krishna, Chairman, President, and CEO of IBM Corporation, Mr. Kumar Mangalam Birla, Chairman, Aditya Birla Group, and Mr. Higashi Sara, Executive Chairman of Hitachi itself. Congratulations for receiving the award, annual award from USISPF. We are delighted and honored that the Second Lady is joining us this evening in our first fireside chat in the tenure as she became the Second Lady. So we're delighted to welcome her to this event. What she does is she epitomizes the American dream. She is a hard-working child of an immigrant who has moved between the rare-filled cloisters of Cambridge, Yale, and the Supreme Court to reach this pinnacle of public life and public service. She has had a storied legal career and also played a supportive role for her husband's vice presidential campaign, Vice President J.D. Vance, during the campaign last year itself. The Vice President himself has acknowledged her role and immense contribution in the best-selling 2016 memoir, The Hillbilly Elegy, and I think most of you have read it and seen the movie also. As the Second Lady of the United States of America, Ms. Usha Vance brings a uniquely American story to the global stage, once rooted in family, values, education, and service. Ms. Vance is also the proud mother of three children, Evan, Vivek, and Mirabel, and we are delighted to have her join us this evening. Friends, please join me in giving a warm welcome to our Second Lady, Ms. Usha Vance. Thank you very much. Please. I'd like to invite our chairman, John Chambers, to start the fireside chat. John, over to you.
I've had the chance to interview a number of leaders around the world, fellow CEOs, heads of state, et cetera. I've got to be very candid with this group. I'm looking forward to this interview tonight so much. I hold you in such high esteem. I've watched what you've been able to accomplish, and you strike a balance in life that is a role model for all of us. Perhaps the first question around your growing up in San Diego. If you could share a little bit your growing up time period, how did it shape your life? When did you decide to be a lawyer? How did this all come together?
Of course. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here, and please call me Usha.
Thank you, Usha.
It's such an honor here to be with this group. I know it's a very, very accomplished crowd, so I'll hope to keep you guys interested for a few minutes, but thank you for inviting me. To answer your question, I did grow up in San Diego. I was born there in the mid-'80s, and I was there until I left for college. My parents had actually moved in the 80s and 70s to pursue higher education. So my parents both have their PhDs from UCSD, which is a fabulous university.
Yes.
And they just loved the weather so much that they stayed. That's sort of what happened. as I think it does for a lot of Indian Americans. They come, they find a community in an educational institution, and they find a real home in those places. So for me, it was just a wonderful, wonderful place to grow up. Well, you can't beat the weather, of course. And I grew up in a pretty Asian American community with people from all over the world, but we had a lot of family friends who were Indian Americans who had come at around the same time and were also teaching at UCSD. We had friends from all over as well, from every kind of background. So it was really a community, I think, where everyone felt a sense of purpose and a sense of working together. Everyone was really invested in being a part of this country and pursuing the American dream for themselves and their kids. So I just felt like it was a time of sort of limitless possibility and encouragement. And I'm really grateful to have grown up there. So I left after that to go to Yale in New Haven, rather different climate, but it was also a wonderful time to be a Yale student. And that sense of possibility continued. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to live in San Diego since then, but we do spend a lot of time there with family and with all of these wonderful people that I grew up around.
As parents, we often care so much about our kids as they grow up. At the same time, we selfishly would like for them to go to school close to where we live because we know they will often meet somebody halfway across the nation and stay there. Were they 100% supportive of you and your independence on this?
They were, actually.
It makes such a difference.
Yeah, my parents are surprisingly free with their children. Sort of defying stereotype, their attitude was, as long as you're putting your best into everything that you do, and as long as you really care about what it is that you're working on, then we support it. Now, that's not to say that they didn't think that flying all the way across the country when there were some very good universities close to home wasn't something that you had to think kind of seriously about. But once I had a real reason to go, they were all in. And, as you suspected, or as they probably suspected, my life sort of veered towards the East Coast after that, and I married someone who's from the eastern half of the country, and obviously I'm here today. And they've been very supportive of all of those steps.
When you think about the relationship between the U.S. and India, the people in this room believe it's the most strategic relationship in the world between the two countries. We're a little bit biased. And when we first said 8 years ago that our goal was to create not only the most strategic, but to change the lives of every citizen in every state, all 50 in the U.S., all 29 in India, and go way beyond trade, into health, into standard of living, job growth, etc. I fell in love with this concept because of the people of India and how close it could be. When you think about the U.S.-India relationship from your personal perspective, what comes to mind in terms of your views of it and your thoughts? Because you see it from an angle literally none of us do.
Well, of course, it is a very personal relationship because I have family members who are in India and I have many family members who are in the United States. Mm-hmm. And I did grow up visiting India and visiting those family members, and they grew up visiting me. So that's always been a relationship that I've personally thought of as very important. The way that I think about it more broadly is I think this is a time of great opportunity. Mm-hmm. And I think if my husband were here, he'd say the same thing. Obviously, the United States and India, their relationship has ebbed and flowed at times. There are times when one country's needs and one country's goals are different from the other. But right now, I think in the next 4 years and in the future, the fact that there is this established Indian American population here and so many people in India who know the country and know the people who are here doing great things, having great opportunities. When we were visiting recently, I was struck by the number of people who came up to me to say how much they loved our country, how they visited family, how they visited just for pleasure, that they were hoping for a close relationship looking forward. And I think these personal ties actually really have something to do with it.
If you allow me to ask some personal questions, and you,
Sure.
Of course, very effectively would dodge any you don't want to answer. Tell us about how you met the vice president. And, we read about it, but often what you read isn't necessarily what mm-hmm. occurred. And who knew first that this was going to be kind of a great relationship for life? What do you all do together? Tell us a little bit about your personal life, and I know what that's like when you've got 3 kids trying to raise them, plus 2 jobs at the same time.
Absolutely. Well, we met in law school, so by the time we'd met, we'd followed sort of radically different paths in life and converged in the same place. JD, of course, had grown up in Ohio. He had been in the Marine Corps as an enlisted Marine. He'd kind of raced through college in Ohio State and then made his way to Yale Law School. And I'd taken the kind of diligent, progressive path of high school to college to graduate school and some jobs and to law school. And Yale Law School, and I think there are other schools like this, but Yale Law School in particular at the time was the sort of place where they would just pick someone from here and someone from there, and they'd bring you all together and kind of toss you in into this small community where everyone really got to know each other. So as it happened, he and I just had the exact same schedule for the first semester with another 15, 16 people. So we were just sort of stuck together whether we wanted to be or not. Uh-huh. And I mean, we even had in I think our first semester or first couple of weeks a paper that we had to write together that required, sitting and working through all sorts of things. We didn't know each other at all. But that was a wonderful basis for friendship. And you think, we have these really different backgrounds and, what would we have in common? The reality is that we had so much in common. And I think this experience of being in the same place and meeting in person, something that is all too rare today, just allowed us to really get to know each other. So we were friends for a while before we started actually dating. Mm-hmm. I think it's fair to say that JD was sort of the pedal in this relationship, and I was a little bit of the brakes because I was sort of focused on all the schooling part of it.
Yes.
But we both knew, I think, at the same time. When it's good, and you start to know that.
It really is. When you meet your partner in life, you just sense it, don't you?
Yes.
When you think about your relationship with JD and you think about going to India together, can we talk about that trip a little bit? And what did it mean to you, to your family, to your kids? Key takeaways. What was the Prime Minister like? We hear there was a puppet show, but yes. You know what I'm really after? I'm after everybody in this audience getting to know you, because I believe you're fantastic. I think you're going to be so good for our country as a role model in many ways. Share a little bit how that trip went in a way that everybody here gets to know you a little bit more, if we may.
Of course. Well, I mean, it was, I think I told an Indian publication this, it really was the trip of a lifetime for us. My children had never been to India, what with the pandemic and, JD's entry into politics and all of that. And so they'd grown up just knowing so much about this country, the stories, the food, the relationships with grandparents and friends, but they had never actually seen it. So it was just sort of mind-blowing from their perspective. And then for me and JD, I think it just could not have been any more special. We had the opportunity to see some of the greatest sights in North India. We're looking forward to our next trip and trying to get to the parts of the country where my family is from as well. Mm-hmm. And it just was sort of one hit after another, right? The most incredible food, the peacocks that we got to see everywhere we went, getting to see the Taj Mahal in the morning and appreciate it as the sun was just sort of coming up and the cool skies and blue skies over in the background. And of course, as you mentioned, meeting the Prime Minister, that was really very special. We'd actually had a chance to meet him before. And it's funny, my kids saw him. They were sort of sleep deprived in Paris, and they saw an Indian man with a white beard and white hair, and they just put him in the grandfather category immediately. So they are very into him. They just love him. And he really cemented his status by giving our 5-year-old a birthday present that day. So when we were able to visit his home, they just sort of ran up. They were hugging him. He was just incredibly kind and generous to them. And I think it was a very productive conversation for JD and the Prime Minister, of course, but mm-hmm. also I think it was a real opportunity for us to kind of cement that personal relationship that they have, which I think is only to the good. And as you mentioned, there was a puppet show. That was a particular highlight with sort of puppeteering from all over the country, including from Andhra Pradesh, where my family is from. There were bits from the Ramayana. There were sort of comedic bits with animals, and it was a huge hit. My kids have been trying to recreate it at home with construction paper, which is going about as well as you can imagine.
Your kids, if I remember right, are 3, 5, and 7 years of age?
That's right.
If you can, share some of the takeaways, both during the trip and on the way back. I'm sure as parents you said, what did you think, what surprised you, et cetera, on it. I know that Prime Minister Modi has an ability to form unbelievable relationships with people of all ages, and I happen to believe that's just because he's a very sincere person. Share some of the kids' takeaways, if you will, because you through the mouth of young children, we learn so much about ourselves and others, how they view things.
Well, I think JD's probably told the story at some point, but when we were at the Prime Minister's residence, our son was just so taken by everything, and then taken by the entire cart of mangoes that was available for him to eat, that he announced to the Prime Minister that he thought he could maybe live there, and started making his plans. Dialed that back a little when he remembered quite how hot he had been earlier in the day, but he just loved it. And our children, they talk about it all the time, actually. They've been all over the place, and they've had wonderful opportunities to see the world, but this was really special to them. Ewan, our oldest, was really taken by the sculptures in the temple that he visited. He just thought it was incredible craftsmanship, and of course showed things that he was very familiar with from stories and from talking with me. And then Vivek, our middle child, was very excited to meet elephants and peacocks and a camel and just any animal that he could kind of get his hands on. And then our daughter, I think, she's sort of along for the ride. She really enjoyed her time in an auto rickshaw. That was maybe the highlight for her. The Secret Service was very generous and allowed us to kind of drive in an enclosed area for a few minutes, so we had a lot of fun with that.
Awesome. You announced on Sunday a challenge about reading. It's one of the things that I believe in firmly. I believe in life, your future is determined by your education and your access to technology. But if you can't read, you can't get educated. And if you can't get educated, you can't focus on technology. It's a passion for me personally. I'm dyslexic by background, two parents who were very, very effective doctors, but they could not fix this reading issue I had, and only because of a teacher that was early stage before dyslexia was understood, who spent a lot of time helping me read and learning how to do it. Did I able to go to college and beyond in terms of the approach? What was the focus in terms of the challenge? Was it the fact that our scores are going down in terms of literacy in our country, your knowledge about education and what does that mean for the future? What first was the kind of the event or concept that kicked it off? And then secondly, how did you come up with this challenge? Because I love the competitiveness of the challenge.
Well, for anyone who doesn't know, which is probably most of you, on Sunday we announced a reading challenge that we've called very creatively the Second Lady's Summer Reading Challenge. And the point is just to get kids reading in the summer. It's a time of a lot of learning loss. It's a time when there are distractions galore. And all we're asking is that kids, either by themselves or with an adult to help, pick up a book, read 12 of them, write it down, and send it in to us. And if you do it, that's great, and we'll send you a little prize. And we'll enter the kids into a drawing to come visit the White House and have a little fun in DC. But to answer your question about why we're doing this, there are a few strands. The first is, as you say, I'm conscious that reading scores have dropped over time, and I do think that that is something that, of course, lots of people are working to rectify, and I wanted to do something small to contribute to that. But the second, I think, is a little bit broader, and that is, I'm not the first to say this, and I won't be the last, but we live in a world of distractions now. It's very easy to just pick up your phone all the time. It's pinging you. It's hard to just sort of sustain attention in a way that I just don't remember being the case when I was, 5 or 6 or 7. And that worries me. I do think that one of the things that is very special about being a human is that we have this capacity for sustained thought and reflection, and those produce very beautiful things, like the Taj Mahal that we visited. Without that kind of sustained focus, you can't do things that make being human so special. And I worry that, when you're not able to kind of think this way, when you're not able to focus, when you're constantly distracted, you really lose something. And I think of reading as an antidote to that. And I see this in my own life. I'll be honest, I look at my phone far too often. I as a lawyer, was constantly receiving emails, constantly responding, being quick and being aware of what's going on at any given moment was an advantage. But it changes the way that you think. And so I myself have been challenging myself to read things that are increasingly challenging, increasingly long, sometimes increasingly boring, in an attempt to really bring that part of myself back. And I don't want children to lose it at all. So this challenge grows out of both of those impulses, and I think you'll see over time that it's just a sort of bite-sized component of a larger project to continue expanding access to literacy, improving the ways that children learn to read, strengthening their desire to read. And our goal is to keep rolling out little things bit by bit and see which ones work and which ones don't, and then try to expand the ones that work. As a former lawyer, I get really bored if I don't have projects, and I really like to have deadlines, and so that's the way I'm kind of thinking about this. Start with one thing, move on to the next, and keep building from there.
And looking at your background and your family's background, many of them are teachers, interestingly enough, in physics.
Yes.
So two questions. Is part of it because you realized how important teachers are to engaging with the young people and having the right skill sets when they come to school so they can be forward? Or are there other elements you learned from your family about teaching that help to drive it? And then last question, you're wicked smart. Did you ever think about physics?
Well, I'll answer your last question first. My grandfather was a physicist. My great aunt is a physicist. My dad is, all my uncles and aunts basically are engineers, except for a couple biologists, including my mom. So yes, I did think about it. And I did love math and all of that growing up. But there was just something about history and the humanities that captivated me. And I just love writing and reasoning in that way. And I just knew that a career in physics was never going to captivate me in the same way. But my dad did, when I went to Yale and he knew I was going to study physics, he said, I'm only going to ask you one thing, and that's that you take a physics class. So I did that my first semester, and it was a good experience. But unfortunately not since then.
Well, you know what you enjoy in life and what you're good at. Last question. A little bit of your thoughts about the role that you want to be involved in as the second lady. Key things that you really are passionate about and what you can share with this room in terms of your initial thoughts. And I know that's going to change over time. But maybe in summary, if you could kind of educate us a little bit with what you're currently thinking.
Of course. Well, as I mentioned, I think literacy is going to be a big focus of my efforts. I think it's a natural fit given that I have small children and we're thinking about it all day long, and my own personal interests. But beyond that, some of the broader considerations that I've just been thinking about that, and I know everyone has been thinking about recently. I'm trying to take it a step at a time here, because this is, of course, a very exciting opportunity, but totally new to me because my husband didn't even enter politics until about 2 years ago or 3 years ago. So we're trying to kind of seize every opportunity to be useful where we can. One thing that I've grown increasingly interested in, again, from the starting point of just sort of seizing an opportunity and attending, is the Special Olympics, an organization that I think has really done a lot of good in this country. So we've been starting to get involved there. And then I think I'll sort of leave it at that for the moment. And if the projects kind of take up all my time, then that's wonderful. And if not, then we'll try to add some more and try to be as productive as possible during this time.
Usha, I want to thank you for your kindness. I can see why many of your peers always say you're the most helpful, even in a competitive environment. You spend time with your peer students, helping them with their notes and direction. I appreciate your candor and your honesty. Please join me in thanking the second lady for the future she's going to have for this country.
Thank you, Ms. Vance and Mr. Chambers. With your permission, Ms. Vance, I'll request Dr. Augie to present to you USISPF's coffee table book celebrating 75 years of U.S.-India relations.
I just want to say thank you once again on behalf of USISPF. Since you're launching reading, we have a book for you for viewing. It's a 75 years of U.S.-India relationship.
Oh, wonderful.
And for you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Vance. Now let me invite USISPF Chairman John Chambers to deliver his remarks. Mr. Chambers.
I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. I think you see some people in life you can just spot in terms of their intellectual capability, their ability to take complex issues and understand how you can make a difference, and the ability to care about their fellow humans in a very unique way. I'm going to take a step back now, and when you talk about USISPF, I'm going to ask each of you to flash back 8 years ago. 8 years ago, we had a dream that very few people envisioned. Many people, when they thought about business councils or direction, they thought it was all about trade. 9 of us in the founding members said it needs to be more than that. It needs to be something that can change the world. The ability to envision how could the relationship between the 2 largest democracies in the world change in a way that would not just benefit trade, not just benefit defense, not just benefit technology or healthcare, but to truly make a difference in the lives of every citizen in each of the states in each of our countries. And you know what the initial reaction is when you first say, let's consider doing this. It's all the reasons it can't be done. But to the credit of those 9 founding members, and then the first 29 members of our board, many of you are here tonight, we really made it happen. We took a dream that most people thought was impossible, a dream that required countries and political leaders and business leaders and academics and the average citizen grasping what was possible and then beginning to deliver on it one step at a time. There are many things that I think we should be proud of over the last 8 years. The trade growing at a tremendous growth rate, now over $200 billion, and the goal of $500 billion is very much within our reach. But what I was most proud of is what we did together during COVID. When India needed us the most, the companies in this room from India and from the US responded in a way that corporate America never has. We made a difference. And the Indian government executed at speed to take all the help that was being done by many people in this room at a scale that if you ever read about, you would say was impossible. And then the minute the needed healthcare capabilities landed, they distributed it within hours to the rest of the nation. And then when we needed help on the pharmaceutical side of the house, India was there for us in a very unique way. When you look at the accomplishments, and I want to be very upfront, it's Mukesh, Gaurav, Nivi, the entire team that really made this happen. But I want to just share with you some of the numbers. When we started, we were broke. We were a startup, Perna, and no money. Perna is my wingman in terms of the finances. And yet we are completely financially stable today. We moved from 9 to 29 members to 425 members. Thank you. Thank you all. In a period where we might do a visit to India or India businesses, a visit to the US, would do one a month. This last year, we did 3.5 visits per week. The pace is breathtaking on how effective we're executing. And when you look at that, it's up even higher at the current time to 80 visits so far this year. In each of your states, whether we're from the political side or from Georgia or from Texas on it, every state is heavily involved in terms of relationships within India, where there's academic exchange, business exchange, technology exchange, defense exchange, and it truly has touched every 29 states in India. And when you travel throughout India, which many of us in this room do, the average citizen really understands the impact that this organization has had, and the impact candidly centering around Prime Minister Modi coming into leadership, and you know my views on the man. He's one of the top 3 leaders of all times that I've interfaced to on a global basis. But the impact to really make a difference. And it'd be so easy to say we can't accelerate further, but we really can. If you look at the progress in the last 5 months, Trump, Modi, the meetings was one of the very first ones that were done, were the top 5 in terms of global leaders. An agreement on what they could do strategically together in common partnership. Vice President Vance's trip to India was a tremendous success in connecting. And remember, it isn't just about a strategy politically or business-wise or others. It's about people to people developing the trust and the alignment, and outlined that a trade agreement was not only very doable, that it would happen. And if you talk to our leaders around the world, it's purely a question of when, not if, and for it to be really meaningful in terms of the most important steps toward a trade agreement that will help others understand what the benefit can be together. When you think about where we're going, it'd be so easy to say, let's just keep doing the same thing. Let's focus on technology, which will determine the future of the world, especially AI. But let's not be happy with that. Let's together do what Prime Minister Modi said, AI is America and India together, and use AI to change the standard of living of all the people in both of our countries. To think about healthcare and defense, to think about what we could really do uniquely that would change our two countries, but also change the world for the better. I'll remind us that every prediction we've ever made, we have delivered on, plus some. 2017, as we were formed, we said India would be the fastest growing economy in the world in vibrant Gujarat at a time that most people thought that was impossible, and yet they crushed it. We worked together toward that common vision, and you all saw the numbers, 7.4% GDP growth the last quarter. India will be the largest economy in the world, which we predicted several years ago during one of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the U.S. at the Kennedy Center. But together, we can drive both economies and both standard of living even further. So my call to action to you today is to, for the moment, enjoy our successes. For the moment, realize that happened in a way that very few people thought was even possible. For the moment, to be proud of what we've done. And then on your way home from this session, think about what can you do individually. I think we're just getting started on what we can do together. I think we're dreaming too small of dreams. And if I could challenge each of us to say, what could we do going forward? Each of us as individuals, our companies, our business, the groups we associate with, to really creatively take responsibility for upping our capabilities in our game this next year. That would be, I think, a challenge worth doing. How many of you are with us on that? Just can we see a show of hands? And be proud of it. We can do it together. So, Mukesh, Gaurav, you've done an amazing job, Nivi, leading us. It's an honor to be your chairman, and let me turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. And now I'd like... I'm sorry, there we go.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to invite Ms. Susan Greenwell, Senior Vice President and Head of Global Government Affairs at MetLife, to the stage to introduce Indian Ambassador to the United States, Vinay Kwatra. Ms. Greenwell.
Good evening, everyone. It's truly a privilege to be here tonight on behalf of MetLife and to welcome all of you to this very special evening. It's an even greater honor to introduce someone whose leadership and vision have been instrumental in shaping one of the world's most consequential bilateral relationships in today's times. His Excellency Vinay Mohan Kwatra, India's ambassador to the United States. Many of you in the Indian and global policy space are familiar with his milestones from his distinguished 36-year career in the Indian Foreign Services. With roles spanning the globe from Beijing to Paris to Kathmandu and Washington, he's held leadership roles in India's Ministry of External Affairs as Foreign Secretary and worked in the Honorable Prime Minister Modi's office. His career is filled with positions where he has had to steward critical diplomacy in times of extraordinary global change. Beyond the titles and tenures, what really stands out about Ambassador Kwatra is his clarity of thought, steadiness of purpose, and above all, his deep belief in the power of partnership. Whether he's representing India in multilateral forums or sitting across the table from key US leaders, he not only brings experience to the conversation, but a sense of responsibility to find common ground and to move beyond conventional diplomacy norms to help build relationships that endure and stand the test of time. This is not Ambassador Quatra's first time in Washington. Over a decade ago, he served as Minister of Commerce at the Indian Embassy, and many here remember his ability to cut through complexity with insight and grace. Now he returns to a city at a time when the US-India partnership is more consequential than ever, and once again, he brings that unique blend of strategic foresight, intellectual rigor, and calm diplomacy that helped define his service. We're incredibly fortunate to have him with us tonight. Please join me in welcoming a diplomat who understands the arc of global affairs and helps shape it with humility, principle, and unwavering confidence. It's also my pleasure to now invite Lisa McYo, President and CEO, HSBC USA, and Ambassador Kwatra to the stage for a fireside chat.
Good evening, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure and privilege to be here with Ambassador Kwatra. I will dive right in. So, this is a golden era of US-India trade relationships, and for a $4 trillion economy, and I know your Prime Minister has ambitions to grow to $5 trillion. What is your message to investors, plenty of whom are in the room today?
Thank you so much, first of all, for having me at this very important occasion this evening. I mean, USISPF is one organization with which I've had an absolute pleasure to work with very closely over the period of last several years. We have several distinguished business people, congressmen, parliamentarians from India in the room, so I'm relatively diffident in sort of talking in terms, in presence of their expertise. But you mentioned a 4.1 trillion GDP that India touched recently. We now have Japan in our rear view. Prime Minister of India has spoken about taking this to 5 trillion in coming years. But I think the eventual goal which we are working towards is to take Indian economy in the range of 28 to 35 trillion by the year 2047, when we celebrate the century of our independence. So when we talk of that, and if you position this in the perspective of an investor, for any investor, economic opportunity has to be one of the first drivers for a capital flow to happen. But that alone is not enough. So if I'm a 4 trillion opportunity today, looking to become 5, 10, and then eventually 30-odd trillion opportunity, that whole journey is not enough in terms of numerical numbers. It has to be combined with something which the investors truly value. First of all, I would say any investor would look for whether there is a systemic stability in the economy. Is there systemic stability in the growth of the economy? So we have been growing at a clip of average between 6.4 to about 7.3%. which is consistently large GDP numbers for a very large economy. So there's a consistency there. But I think there are a couple of other hidden growths which are there, which are important to point out. One is a huge consumption growth. Second is a huge credit growth, credit expansion. And these two variables combine very well with the GDP growth patterns. Combine this with something else which the investors value, which is the stability in the policy making. So whether we talk of reforms of economy, or you talk of policy reform, institutional reforms, or process reforms, in each of these reform verticals, there is a very strong stability that goes with it. Add to it two more things, I would say. One, the general sense of fiscal prudence of the economy. So whether it's a deficit management or debt management, the economic policy making focuses heavily on ensuring that we are conservative in terms of its management. And I'll add one more element which then makes a full set of variables in a suite for our investors, which is very strong push by the government in the infrastructure space. So over the last several years, I would say last 7 to 8 years, total government spend on infra investment alone is close to about $1 trillion. Now, that's a public money that has gone in. That has got combined with a systemic stability of the policy and the institutional reforms. That has gelled very well with the economic opportunity which is represented in the GDP growth. And all this then translates into very strong growth in manufacturing and services combined with a consumption growth. And when an investor sees this huge economic opportunity, goes into India, he's also received by a very skilled, large set of skilled human resources, which is able to service the, the whole ecosystem of enterprise management of a business. So the minimal risk, maximum opportunity, systemic stability, GDP growth going forward at least for next 3 decades. I don't know if investors would be looking for any other message other than this.
If it were a stock, we would want to buy it.
It's a short, medium, and long-term stock. You should go long for India.
Absolutely,
yes. Yeah.
absolutely. So, Mr. Ambassador, we thought it was interesting. We've been in India for 160 years, and we bank maybe half of the multinationals as well as the innovation economy. We did a Trade Pulse survey recently of 5,700 corporate clients around the world, and the US-India corridor is the corridor that people are most excited about. So if you could talk about the ease of doing business metric, because I know India has made tremendous progress over the past decade plus, but what is New Delhi's pitch on drawing new foreign direct investment?
Yeah. Part of it, what I just mentioned, which is, we started with this current government when the government of Prime Minister Modi came in 2014. There was a certain way to look at the economy. There was a certain worldview of India by India itself in which the leadership looked at India. And I think for Prime Minister Modi, that worldview for India was economic prosperity and strong development. But that conceptual worldview of India then got translated into a large set of, as I mentioned, regulatory, institutional, policy, and operational reforms over the period of last 10 odd, 11 odd years, which has now generated, suddenly blossomed India into an economic opportunity that is extremely, I think is, so we have drivers which drive the Indian economy, those are also the principal drivers that drive the engagement between India and US. So John mentioned about 3.5 visits per week. That has translated into capital, technology, trade flows of the kind we have never seen before. We are already at about $200 billion of bilateral trade. During Prime Minister's visit to White House in February this year, we committed ourselves to making it Mission 500, take it to $500 billion in years ahead. But I think the numbers only give you a very positive headline view of the relationship. But I think the vibrancy, the robustness of the relationship, I think each of the persons present in the room will tell you their own story of success and fruitful engagement between the two economies. And this corridor is live with energy, which is absolutely unparalleled. The US is India's largest trading partners, largest technology provider, massive investment flows between the two economies, but most importantly, enterprises making double-digit net profitability on their equity, which is what at the end of the day, I guess, would count. Absolutely. Could you talk a little bit about, India is the most populated country, but you also have an amazing workforce it's growing very quickly and is extremely talented. What can you teach us about the future of work, and how are you approaching it in India? I don't think I can really teach anything about future of the work, but if you look at the space of how the entire employment sector has moved in India, every burst of technology, and there are so many technologists present in this room that I am actually feeling very reticent in even mentioning this, but every burst of technology space that has happened in the world, which then got to India, resulted in fairly significant disruption in the employment, in the workforce. But I wouldn't say that disruption was negative. I think it's a disruption which generated a strong positive impulse actually in the employment space and encouraged our society, our economy to not only adapt itself to those technological changes, and which are now also quite fundamental, which is happening today, but also actually leverage that to evolve into a very strong technical employment workforce in India. I mean, probably started with Y2K in many ways, but then through the successive iterations of, you could call it a BPO industry or whichever way you want to position it. But every burst of technology growth, even if it was incremental in nature, led to absolutely remarkable evolution of technology-linked human resources in India. And I think the next phase, which is the artificial intelligence phase, is no longer an exception, because even in that space, whether you talk of agentification of AI or developing new domain-specific AI models, I think Indian skill talent is adapting itself to that and converting it into an opportunity, not just for themselves, but also in partnership with our international partners, like the companies here, actually into a global opportunity. Wonderful. I'm told that Prime Minister Modi says AI stands for America and India. Is that correct? Yes, that was something which he mentioned at the White House. He firmly believes in it. He firmly believes because the way India-US relationship is currently poised in terms of strategic opportunities, in terms of how we together look at the world, both in terms of challenges that we share, but also in terms of opportunities that we can harness, how he sees the role of stakeholders, business stakeholders, CEOs, experts, the galaxy of ones which is present here today makes him an absolutely true believer, along with President Trump and the US administration, into a believer into this corridor, and hence AI standing for America and India.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ambassador, for
Thank
your
you.
insights.
Thank
And
you.
it is clear that this partnership is about people and purpose. And we're excited about the future that we have together.
Thank
So
you.
thank
People
you very
and
much.
purpose. Thanks
Yes.
for this option.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador and Mrs. McYo. I'll now invite Mr. Jace Johnson, Vice President of Global Public Policy and Ethical Innovation at Adobe, to the stage to introduce Congressman Rich McCormack.
It's a privilege to be here tonight to celebrate two nations that are bound together not only by a shared democratic heritage, but also a deep and growing economic partnership. And to also represent Adobe, a U.S. company with a rich, rich history in India. Tonight I have the honor to introduce to you a congressman who has made a tremendous impact in the U.S. Congress in a very short period of time. He embodies the spirit of service and leadership and makes people around him better. Representative Rich McCormack brings a unique blend of experience to Washington, from the battlefield to the emergency room. Do not compare the second to Congress currently. A decorated Marine pilot and emergency physician, Dr. McCormack has served his country in more ways than one. And now, in the U.S. House of Representatives, he continues that service with a focus on national security, economic growth, and international collaboration. He understands what it means to make critical decisions under pressure, to lead with clarity, and to work across boundaries, qualities that resonate deeply with today's global business leaders. Please join me in welcoming Congressman Rich McCormack, the chair of the U.S.-India Caucus in the House of Representatives. He'll be joined by Chief Government Affairs Officer of MasterCard, Tucker Foote, on stage.
All right. Congressman, it's great to be here with so many friends and so many champions of U.S.-India relations, and it's my honor to be on stage with Congressman McCormack. Congressman, I have some policy questions, but I thought we'd start with something personal. And maybe you could talk to us a little bit about what sparked your interest in India and why you wanted to be the co-chair of the caucus.
Well, my first experience with India was when I was a young Marine. We went over to India as part of the presidential support for Bill Clinton when he went over to visit India. Learned all about Kashmir, learned about the political challenges they had both economically and with a huge population. Now they're at 1.47 billion people, the largest population in the world. Being a democracy and all the challenges that come with a diverse population, seeing how diverse they were was really something that's eye-opening for an American. Most people think of Indians in this homogenous sort of way, just like America maybe is putting that, but we know how diverse America is, but India is equally diverse. If you think about the economic diversity, skin color, height, religion, just approaches to life, it's incredibly diverse. I learned so much when I was there. And then when I got out of the Marine Corps and went to medical school, and then in my district, we have 1 out of every 5 doctors is from Indian diaspora. People don't realize, but almost 10% of all doctors in America are Indian diaspora. I'm a physician. We have 14% of our district is Indian. We have an incredible education system as a result, incredible amount of wealth. When you see the most successful demographic in the most successful country in the world, look no further. It's a community that's very family-oriented, demands success, demands diligence, is creative, intelligent, and when they adopt you, you're like family. And I have adapted to the Indian cuisine, adapted to the way that they love, and just really have cherished those relationships, and to see all the technology that's coming out of that in my district, which is a top 5 district in wealth, as a large part as a result of that. I've just enjoyed the relationships, and that relationship has, I think, propelled us in many ways to greater success in the United States.
Right. Well, I won't ask you your favorite innovation because it's obviously something in the payments industry, but favorite cuisine, favorite dish?
Well, first of all, I will say 70% of America's fintech is based in my district. I think that was a plug right there. But my favorite cuisine, I would say I'm not a big vegetarian, so I always like the chicken dishes. Gosh, you're putting me on the spot. I like the chai tea, actually, is my favorite.
That's great. Well, you mentioned the 1.4 billion people in India. I have 8,000 colleagues in India. It's our operation hub outside the U.S. It's a place of immense talent. It's where folks are driving innovation and financial inclusion and leading so many of our flagship programs. And we're able to be successful there because it's built on shared values and trust. And so that's really obviously important in national security context as well. Talk to us a little bit about U.S.-India national security and specifically in Indo-Pacific.
We've always known that Israel is very important to us. As a matter of fact, I2U2, for those people who are not familiar with, includes Israel and India and the United States and UAE of all countries. To see the strategic importance of this country, people don't realize not only will they be the 3rd largest economy in the world probably within the next 5 years, but also think about geographic location to China and the Taiwan Strait. And 70% of all world trade goes through that corridor. The conflict that they have with China, which is a peer rival now, no longer just a sub-peer, but a peer rival, both economically, militarily, what they bring to the table, their conflict in the Arunachal Pradesh area. We have a constitution that's similar. I think one of the reasons that India is so successful is because they base their constitution largely on the way that we wrote our constitution, where you'd have representative government. They have a worldview that's similar to us. They want peace. They want to have strength. They want to see an economy that burgeons. They want to see opportunity for all. Very similar outlook on life, and I don't think that we have an imperialistic outlook, neither do they. But you're seeing that region, which China is absolutely trying to dominate, trying to assert its economic dominance as well as its military dominance. We need a strong ally. There's nobody who's going to be as strong as India into the future as they increase their GDP investment into IT, into the military, and they continue to be great producers of products that we need. And we need a friendly country that can produce those things and it can create those economic ties with us. And I'd ultimately love to see us not just be friends, but be true allies. Yeah. We pledge our friendship where your enemies are my enemies, your friends are my friends, and we should have like an AUKUS type agreement where we should be sharing technology that will help defend our nations and make us stronger throughout the world.
Right, well, let's stay on that topic for a minute. You've been a great champion of AI export controls and specifically the AI diffusion rule. As India gets more advanced in technology and really leads the world in many places, where are opportunities for collaboration?
Well, first of all, look at what India's done just recently. I mean, it was kind of neat. During COVID, they came up with vaccination for the first time. Anybody who saw the movie, same producers did the Kashmir Files. They came to Atlanta. I got to go to the premiere. Fantastic movies. But what they did to put a spacecraft on the dark side of the moon for easily under $100 million. We in America, we can't even come up with a building to talk about putting a spaceship on the dark side of the moon for that amount of money. What they've done to advance themselves in a very short period is nothing short of miraculous. To see the advancement in technology, and I might add too that 250,000 students are right now in our top education systems right now, and I want to be careful about this because we're training them. They're going back to India and competing with us. But as long as it's friendly competition, I think that's good. We can collaborate. We can actually grow as nations together and do some great things. But I think we also want to be careful that we don't give the same access to people who are less friendly. When we look at the future of technology, when we look at the future of our relationships, as long as we're synergistic, and this is where, when it comes to military technology, we have to be careful, of course. But I was talking to Prime Minister Modi not that long ago about his idea what the military building facilities are going to be, like 51% India-owned. I think we have to collaborate, and also, if we're going to share that technology, realize that the United States also has to have the lion's share of certain technologies just so we can understand each other better. Right now, we collaborate. I know Lockheed's here right now. We actually produce a lot of military parts over in India. As long as we keep those collaborative efforts, I think we'll be fine.
Right. Backstage, you were talking about leading a freshman Codel to India and meeting Prime Minister Modi. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? So
Prime Minister Modi, and this is no surprise to anybody here, is the most influential politician maybe ever in India. Definitely one of the most beneficial. Probably the most influential person in India since Gandhi. He is humble. The people that all knew him before he became the prime minister talked about him staying and sleeping on their floor when they came to visit. And when I was talking to him at a luncheon in India, in New Delhi, he was actually talking about he does not trust a politician that has not traveled from north to south or south to north on the main train coach. Once again, because he believes that if you're a man of the people, you have to meet the people. You have to experience the diversity and the breadth and the score of what India is, and that is its people. And he is a man of the people, no doubt about it. He comes across as somebody who's aggressively, almost nationalistic, but definitely understands the way of the world, understands how to develop an economy. I believe they're close to 8% development in expansion of their economy last year. I mean, they're on the right track. As a matter of fact, in some ways, I think they're almost more American than we are right now in that capitalistic mindset of expanding opportunity for everybody. And I'm a really big fan of his.
Yeah. Well, you know, he and President Trump announced that ambition of $500 billion of trade by 2030. A cornerstone of that, an important piece of that, is digital trade. Talk a little bit about how we can ensure digital trade stays on the agenda and how we continue to promote that and fight for fair markets on both sides of the equation here.
Well, as the wealth in India expands, and you're talking about a huge industry, you're talking about several $100 billion worth of a market in India, which will have the lion's share of all digital economies. And as that develops, and you're going to have access to almost 1 billion people right now, and we'll be over 1 billion people by 2030 as consumers, as traders. Why wouldn't you want to have a strong relationship where you're not inhibiting that through regulation or taxation? Free trade benefits everybody. That's one of the great things I'm really excited about when we negotiate tariffs. People always talk about the tariffs that are added on. How about the tariffs that are taken off, that allow us to trade without inhibitions, without things that create barriers? I think this could be the start of another lovely relationship between us and them that will benefit everybody.
Yeah. And as that advances, can you talk a little bit about the role of Congress? How's Congress going to play a role in this? How can they facilitate it?
Well, first of all, I hope that Congress doesn't create any unintended consequences. We're really good at that. We've done that through the years, through regulation, and I think we're to a point we realize we're so overburdened with regulation right now. For every piece of regulation we want to add, we should take away 2. Because quite frankly, we're overburdened by regulation. This hamstrings businesses right now. We have several departments that cross-regulate with sometimes contradictory regulations. We need to make sure that we don't do things to inhibit. We did with the internet really well. AI is the next big thing. AI is the most transfigurative technology we've had in, well, maybe ever. And we have an opportunity to right now to either let it fly, or you can see right now, states right now are trying to regulate AI. That's going to inhibit interstate and international trade. We have to make sure the government, first and foremost, doesn't get in the way. As a physician, we always say, do no harm. Congress always wants to help, but sometimes our helpfulness is one of the worst things we can do. And I always say, never turn back to the government to solve the problem that government created in the first place. I think one of the reasons I came to Congress is to make sure that the government didn't become too big and too overwhelming and get in the way, because I believe in you. I believe in all of you. I believe in individuals who are trying to do business and benefit your employees and benefit this economy. I'm not a big believer in the government benefiting that unless it is just to make sure that you have a fair share of that you're not inhibited from success. And I think we have to start there.
Yeah. Well, Congressman, we have a little over 2 minutes. I'm going to end with a question for advice. In this room, you have some of the best leaders here in the U.S. and in India, in the public and private sector. How can we help you advance some of these goals in Congress?
First of all, support me and all your wildest dreams will come true.
That was
I think when we talk about collaborative issues, When you come and you talk to congressmen around the United States, when you talk about the relationships we have, and you look at the legislation that's being produced that's helpful versus not helpful. I have bills out there right now that break down the barriers to trade that actually help us compete with China, help India compete with China, help the immigration system be fair and equitable, get rid of the 7% cap, make sure it's easier to become a citizen for people who actually deserve it and actually bring something to America, make sure that we have the ability to travel and trade between our countries, make sure that we don't allow Hinduphobia or other things that inhibit our cultures from being collectively stronger together. Those are the things that we just need to talk about. We need to talk about loving each other as nations, because there are no two more important countries than India and the United States to the future of the world and the peace process. Peace through strength is also collaborative. And I think India is going to be a major player. I'm excited to work with them. That's why I'm part of the India caucus. That's why I feel like leadership was very much an important part of what I'm going to be doing in the future. I tell you, Beth Van Dyne's here. She is a 14% Indian diaspora in her district as well. Everywhere you see these communities, you see massive wealth, you see massive opportunity, and you see really good relationships, and that's why I'm here to prosper and make sure it continues into the future.
Well, Congressman, I think I speak for the room when we say thank you for championing this cause, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman McCormack and Mr. Foote. Now, please welcome USISPF Chairman John Chambers back to the stage to introduce Senator Daines. Mr. Chambers.
You will find in the senator that we're about to meet somebody who I think represents so much of what America's about. I've known him for many years. I've watched him in action. You look at his background, he's one of us. 13 years at Procter & Gamble, which trains people, as we all know, just in a very unique way and a great culture. He then fell back in love with his family business and went back into the family business for a number of years. And then he became one of us real players in the technology industry. He came in to be one of the key leaders for the technology startup that then did an IPO, went public, and then got acquired by one of the major cloud players. You watch what he's done and then becoming elected to the U.S. House of Representatives and then to the Senate. And his career has been filled with many accomplishments. But that is what you'd normally read about a resume and Steve's background. Let me tell you what I value most and lessons learned from Steve over the years. First, he's an amazing family man. His wife, Cindy, and he have been married for 36 years. They have 4 kids. Many of us endure the outdoors a great deal. He's an avid fisherman and hunter. And he really cares tremendously about the environment and has done leadership in many ways on that. But what I enjoy most is how he brings together the capability to have a vision, to break it down into a strategy on what you have to do to implement that vision, then the execution pieces, and to get the results. I watched very closely how he ran and was the key lead for the Republican Senate group on the last election and picking up 4 seats. He did that not in a traditional way. He started with a vision of where it would go. He got all sides from his party and independents on board. He outlined the execution that needed to be done, and then he resulted in the number of pickups, which was extremely unusual in our politics. He is the complete package. You look at it. He really understands government. He really understands business. He understands family. He's a 5th-generation Montanian in terms of the direction, and he's remarkably candid and honest. I literally would trust him with my life. Let me introduce Senator Steve Daines to come up on stage. Bobby Thompson, please join us from Visa in terms of doing this session. Steve, thank you very much.
Incredibly gracious, sir. Senator, thank you so much for being with us. And what a gracious introduction, John. I want to associate myself with his remarks. Well done. Senator, thank you. You are such a longtime friend and supporter of the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum, and we're grateful to have you back once again this year. Thank you. Maybe I might just begin with a high-level question in terms of what's top of mind for you right now. There's so much going on domestically, globally. You travel the world. I'm just curious, what's top of mind in terms of your priorities?
Right. Besides our 7 grandchildren, I'll go to answer the question. 2 things. Domestically, certainly, we've got this big, beautiful bill in front of us that we've got to get this passed. It's a $4.5 trillion tax increase if Congress doesn't act. Second, I think it's one of the most important things we can do in terms of global competitiveness. You ask, when you develop strategies and action plans, what do we have to do to be more competitive? Well, let's have the right tax code that incentivizes investment in capital and R&D. And that's something we hope to do in the Senate, is to take those provisions. I'd love to make them permanent. Think of CapEx and R&D, permanence, immediate expensing. And that would be a tremendous stimulus to the economy and making the right choice in terms of investment for the long haul in R&D and competitiveness. On the international front, I just came back late, in fact, Saturday night from the Caucasus. So I was in Azerbaijan, I was in Georgia, I was in Armenia. There's great opportunity and optimism at the moment of perhaps bringing Azerbaijan and Armenia together with a peace agreement. Of course, if you know the history of that part of the world, it's been rife with civil war between Azerbaijan and Armenia, and met with President Aliyev there in Baku on Thursday, and by opening up that middle corridor that opens up Central Asia, which I think is one of the most geopolitically misunderstood and underappreciated parts of the world. The 5 stands, we probably ought to, instead of call it the C5, probably ought to bring Azerbaijan and then call it the C6. But that would unlock, certainly, think of the energy in Turkmenistan, the 4th largest reserves of natural gas in the world are in Turkmenistan, just across the Caspian Sea from Azerbaijan. So there's optimism at the moment. And they love America. They want to work with this administration to get some kind of a peace deal. But what's also important is, of course, we're competing with the affections also of Russia and of China in that part of the world. They want this multi-vector diplomacy. They want to be better friends and close to the United States. We don't always make it that easy for them. I was the first U.S. Senator in Azerbaijan in 7 years in terms of a CODEL mission. I was the first senator into Tajikistan and Turkmenistan in 13 years when we went there in November. And so a little bit can go a long ways. As Woody Allen said, 90% of life is showing up. We need to be showing up in these parts of the world because they are ready to come our way.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your leadership across Asia. You're such an expert in that field. Maybe Senator, turning a little bit to India, and Visa's been in India since 1981. We issued the first credit card there and are committed to the growth of the economy. There's so much strategic alignment between India and the United States right now. And we'd love your perspective on where we are in the relationship and then opportunities to grow it in the years ahead.
Well, when I think about India, and my India mentor here is John Chambers, by the way. I love just chatting with John about India, about geopolitics, thinking about China, thinking about India, thinking about the lineup around the world and where the opportunities are, where capital is going to go next. And I worked in China for 6 years when I worked for Procter & Gamble. I'm a chemical engineer by degree. P&G hired me in management, and I managed in the business there. But I was one of the pioneers in launching our American brands into China. We were based in Guangzhou for 6 years back in the 90s. In fact, left right after the Hong Kong handover in 1997. But when we step back and look at why is India important, I mean, there's this global strategic pivot going on that is increasingly moving away from China in terms of capital investment and looking at where's the next big opportunity, and it's India. And I think of it in terms of as was mentioned earlier, of course, the 2 largest, most popular countries in the world, India and China, and now India is slightly larger than China. But I look at the innovation ecosystem, and when you go to China, of course, I was just there in March I met with Premier Li Qiang as well as Vice Premier He Lifang, who's negotiating that hopefully a China trade deal in Geneva with Jameson Greer here a month or so ago. But I had the similar meetings in March. And you look at the innovation ecosystem in China, and it's remarkable. It's world-class. It's not only the quality that's coming out in the innovation, but it's also the scale. So now we step back and I think about China versus India. And when I take my smartphone around the world, when I go to China, I don't dare bring this phone into China. It's either left here in Washington or it's in an RFID bag secure, but I would not dare bring this phone into China. I go to India, happy to be telling my family, my grandkids, we're going to FaceTime Grandpa, talk to my wife, it's all on this phone. And that one illustration perhaps says a lot in terms of trust, because certainly when you think about capital, it's about where you can trust, where you have confidence, not only in literal return on capital, actually getting capital back out if you need it. But I look at what other country in the world besides China has the scale of STEM graduates. It's India. You think round numbers, round to the nearest million, if China is graduating about 4 million STEM grads a year, round numbers, India at about 3 million, the United States at roughly 1 million. So you take the US plus India, we're about equivalent with China as it relates to thinking the future of talent. And oh, by the way, just this last year, no surprise, Indian students now exceeded Chinese students in terms of coming into our universities. And so as you think about Wayne Gretzky's famous line, he was good because he skated to where the puck was headed. Where's the puck headed right now? Let's keep an eye on where the innovation ecosystem's headed and where we're going to have the talent and the trust. And to me, that's, you land over on India. And in my trips over to India, it reminds me a lot of how China felt back when I was there launching businesses 20 years ago. I see so much potential. And then you see the incredible quality of innovation coming out, solving difficult problems in so many areas. And I'm bullish about the long-term prospects.
That's great. Thank you, Senator. Maybe just staying on the collaboration theme, there's so much happening between the two countries in terms of, the digital technology, the services, the advancements in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and the like. And as India becomes more digital, they're able to uplift their economy, they get the benefits of that support. Just curious from your perspective, how do you see the digital agenda, technology agenda between the two countries, and what are the areas for collaboration to really strengthen even further the bilateral economic relationship?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, there's you start getting into the digital economy and thinking about where we're headed. AI was mentioned. I like that Modi said it was America and India. That's something I'll take away among many things. But you come back to something as a fundamental piece here. When I chat with the CEOs of the great innovation companies, maybe you think about Google, or you think about Microsoft or AWS. Our son works for AWS. We have a son who's a double E and he works for AWS, and I keep an eye on what's going on there. Fascinated by the growth of that business. But the first conversation we're having now is about energy. It used to be about constraint in talent. That still is a problem. But now the constraint's energy. And my trips I've had over to India and conversations with leadership there about having a coherent energy policy that is not limiting their ability, India's ability, to continue to truly develop an all-of-the-above energy portfolio. As we know, you cannot be competitive in the medium and even in the long term in this global economy without having strong baseload energy, strong supplies. I fully support intermittent sources of energy, but until we crack the code on storage, indeed it'll still continue to be an intermittent source of energy. We've got to have baseload power. And so that's a fundamental part there. China's getting that part right, by the way, and we've got to make sure India gets that part right, and that's where some of the collaboration can occur, where we can help back and forth in terms of make sure we got best-in-class technologies and so forth to maximize energy output for India. But second, I just look at the raw talent, and the other comment was made earlier around, you go to our best tech companies here in America, these are Indian Americans. I mean, this is the best talent. It's an Indian American that saved my father's life. My father turns 86 on June 5th. It's an Indian American doctor, M.D. Anderson, that saved my father's life because of an immunotherapy when he contracted cancer. I mean, we're forever indebted. I've never seen a more gentle-hearted, kind-hearted, brilliant physician. So it's the whole package, brilliant and bedside manner. And he gives mom and dad his own personal cell phone, they text him and so forth. And so you think about back to this idea of trust and character, it matters. And when you think about the long haul of capital investment, it's going to go where you can trust, because that's going to be an important part of return on investment.
That's right. Maybe just one quick final question for you, Senator, which is, for all of us in the room here committed to really working on the bilateral relationship, what advice do you have for us to continue to improve it, to make it even stronger as we go forward?
Yeah, well, I mean, here's an example in this room, and nothing beats getting, frankly, more members of Congress over to India and spending time, and then when our friends from India come to the United States, I think that a relationship part is really important. But to get members of Congress over to India and make sure you expose them to the world-class innovation going on, whether it's in the e-finance side of it, whether it's on AI, whether it's on just the future, certainly on biotechnology. What you want to have is U.S. senators and members of Congress coming away saying, that's world class, and India's on the move. And I think that sometimes, I think folks in this city who may not have spent time around some of these places like India, they have preconceived notions around what it is, and reality is much more rich in the sense of the world-class capabilities that India has related to innovation.
Yeah, that's great. Senator, thank you very much for your strong leadership and for being here. We so appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Daines and Mr. Thompson. We'll now take a break for dinner before beginning our next session with our keynote speaker, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, at 7:30 p.m. So please feel free to use this time, enjoy your dinner, network, stretch your legs, and we will reconvene with our keynote speaker at 7:30. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. Before we resume the program, please join me in taking a moment to honor the memory of our dear friend and colleague, Ambassador Frank Wisner, whom we lost earlier this year. We'll play a short video in tribute to Frank's extraordinary life.
Ambassador Frank G. Wisner II, veteran diplomat, statesman, former U.S. Ambassador to India, and founder and board member emeritus at USISPF. Frank was a tireless supporter of U.S.-India relations and left an indelible mark on the strategic partnership. Frank was a sagacious stalwart in the U.S. Foreign Service. A career diplomat, he handled some of the most complex geopolitical challenges of the past few decades. Frank joined the Foreign Service in 1961 at the height of the Cold War. He built new alliances in the global South, but one assignment would forever change the course of relations between two countries. U.S. Ambassador to India between 1994 and 1997. Frank took the reins in New Delhi during President Clinton's first term. Relations back then were lukewarm at best. Washington and New Delhi saw the world differently then. Frank was one of the many architects whose diplomatic acumen shaped the trajectory between two great democracies. Frank guided Washington to better understand New Delhi. Frank was an India aficionado and embodied people-to-people ties. He presented Mother Teresa with an award declaring her an honorary American and was instrumental in laying the groundwork for a more cooperative partnership. U.S.-India relationships went from aid to trade and from estrangement to engagement. Today, it is the most defining partnership of the 21st century. In his retirement, Frank remained engaged and committed to strengthening U.S.-India ties as a founding member of USISPF. A vital voice in interpreting American foreign policy, Frank strengthened the economic and commercial engagement and mentored the next generation of diplomats. Frank's legacy: intellect with experience, vision with execution, pragmatism and principle. Frank Wisner, a statesman extraordinaire, doyen diplomat, and father, husband, and friend. We at USISPF celebrate his life and legacy. Frank has moved on from this world, but his legacy lives on. Frank G. Wisner II.
Hi, I'm Ken Schuster, and I have many wonderful memories of my times over the years with Frank Wisner. I first met Frank during the administration of George H.W. Bush when I worked at the State Department as the Deputy to Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Siegelberger, and Frank was the Undersecretary of State for International Security Affairs. Frank gave me much wise advice at that time about dealing both with the State Department and the international community. Frank and I continued to interact over the years and even traveled together to India in April of 2000.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now allow me to introduce Mr. Gary Gauba, founder and chairman of Terra Green Data Centers and True U, Inc., who will introduce our keynote speaker, the U.S. Secretary of Commerce. Gary is a seasoned and successful serial entrepreneur, founder and chairman of the world's largest DC Green data center being built in the heart of Silicon Valley, and founder and chairman of True U, a cutting-edge security stack company eliminating human risk. But Gary also loves his food and wine and is proud to be the first Indian to own San Francisco's first Michelin 3-star restaurant, Cezanne. So please welcome to the podium Mr. Gary Gauba to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you. Okay, it's a great honor to welcome Howard Lutnick, the 41st United States Secretary of Commerce, a businessman, an entrepreneur, a philanthropist, and he was the chairman CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald for over 4 decades. And he became the CEO at the age of 29. Amazing. I think we got to hear some stories about that, maybe not today, another time. And obviously, he's a key member of President Trump's trade team, a vocal advocate for tariffs to protect U.S. industries and domestic manufacturing. Post 9/11, Howard launched a Cantor Fitzgerald Relief Fund, where he donated over $180 million to the families of the co-workers who were impacted. In addition to that, $100 million to victims of terrorism, natural disasters, and other emergencies around the world. Howard was named the Financial Times Person of the Year in 2001. And Ernst & Young named him the U.S. Entrepreneur of the Year in 2010. It's just amazing, his journey. And Howard is an amazing family man, and I was fortunate to spend time with his family, his wife Allison, and his kids with Brandon's graduation a few years back. And it's amazing to see who's working 24/7, how he is splitting the time between work and family. Howard, please join us. And also, please join me in welcoming Nick Dugan, who's the CEO of Americas for Brunswick Group, and formerly with Wall Street Journal and CNBC. And he's an amazing, amazing person, and I'll let him take it away.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, USISPF and Mr. Secretary. Thank you for doing this. I know it's a real treat. We've had lots of interviews. I've known the Secretary some time, so I know we're going to have a little more fun, right? We're going to keep people, they've been here a couple of hours, but Howard, can I start? Can I call you Howard? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit first about what got you interested in India? Because I remember conversations you and I had, God, 7 years ago, when you were looking at India as an investment opportunity, and you saw from your time at Cantor Fitzgerald a lot of opportunity that was happening in India. Tell us a little bit about your connection with India and how it started and what drew you to see what was happening with the U.S.-India relationship long before you became an administration official.
Well, it happened the old-fashioned way, which is one of my best friends, Nikesh Arora, is Indian. So when you have one of your best friends is Indian, and then Anshu Jain was one of Nikesh's best friends. Yeah. And so then we went on vacation together, and we hung out together. And so ultimately what happened is I would go on these golf weekends, and I'd be the only white guy on the golf weekend. So, you know, I got interested in India because my friends had unique insight into it, and we could really talk about it. And so I wasn't a classic American looking at it from the outside, right? When I would go to India, we'd go to house parties, we'd play cricket, we just had fun. And it's a different perspective. So I am a great fan of India, and even the people in the government know that that's true.
Well, I've seen Howard in action with Nikesh and the late Anshu Jain, who was a dear mutual friend of ours, and watching how your love for it was very genuine, and I think everyone saw that. In your role over here, what do you see as the administration's vision for the U.S.-India partnership? We've spent a couple of hours over here talking about how close the relationship has been, what a successful visit Prime Minister Modi had, what a successful visit the Vice President and the Second Lady had to India. Tell us a little bit about what you see the vision of the relationship.
Well, what's unusual is, you know, President Donald Trump is the only person in our administration elected by the full United States of America. And Modi, if you think about the world, how many other leaders actually are elected by their country? Very, very rare. So that connection is pretty unique because it's rare. You know, most people have a prime minister, right? They don't have someone who's actually elected. And so their relationship is very strong and very positive. And so that gives an easy path to me to do trade negotiations, because
we start from a very positive place. Now, the president is willing to call out things straight away, meaning India is very protectionist with tariffs. They have 100% tariff on this and 100% tariff on that, and if you ask them why, the answer is, I don't know why, it just is. So I think the idea of really looking at those things, thinking about them, and bringing them down to a level that is reasonable and appropriate so we can be great trading partners with each other, I think is absolutely on the table, and it's not stressful. Because they haven't thought about it, they think, yeah, it makes sense. Let's go make this a proper trading relationship.
Go into a little more granular detail on that. I mean, the July 9th deadline is all obviously fast approaching. What are you hoping to see out of India in terms of reciprocity, in terms of some of the agreements you're hoping the Indian side to move on?
Well, earlier countries get a better deal. That's the way it is. So those who come in, July 4th to July 9th, there's just going to be a pile. Right? But those who are earlier, and I think India is trying hard to be one of the earlier countries, which I appreciate. But these kind of deals used to take 2 or 3 years, and we're trying to get them done in a month, which is, just not the ordinary DNA of trading relationships between countries. But what I hope to achieve is we would like market access. We would like our businesses to have reasonable access to the markets of India. Now, it's not going to be everything, and it's not going to be everywhere, but we want to have the trade deficit reduced. Now, in exchange for that, what India is going to want is they're going to want certain key markets that they're going to want to make sure that they have special access to the American marketplace. And so that's the trade-off. If I say, look, I'll treat you incredibly kindly on the things that are really important to you, and you bring down your tariffs and give us market access, and let's find the proper place in the middle. And I think if you have the right person on the other side, and what happens is if they put a normal trade minister, it's an endless set of talking and no outcome, because they're used to saying this kind of deal will take 3 years, we'll get this done in 2 years. And that's not really fun for me. So the idea is when they put the right person, and India put the right person on the other side of the table, and we've managed, I think, to be in a very, very good place, and you should expect a deal between the United States and India in the not too distant future, because I think we found a place that really works for both countries.
So you're pretty optimistic, it sounds like.
I would say very optimistic would be sort of the way it comes to mind.
And can you speak a little bit from your background? I've known you for a long time. You've looked at capital markets. You're looking at all kinds of moves. Give us a little sense of the Indian economy from where you sit, both in your current role and in your past role, and where do you see some of the biggest growth coming from, and how can the U.S.-India relationship help engender further growth there?
Well, so the Indian economy is extraordinary. Your human capital capacity is amazing. Your growth rate is amazing. But there were certain things that the Indian government did that generally rubbed the United States the wrong way. For instance, you generally buy your military gear from Russia. That's a way to kind of get up, under the skin of America if you're going to buy your armaments from Russia. So I think India is starting to move towards buying the military equipment from the United States, which then goes a long way. And these kind of things, just creating that relationship, being a part of BRICS, right? Which is, let's move to not support the dollar and dollar hegemony. That's not really the way to make friends and influence people in America. So, the president calls that out directly and specifically, and the Indian government is addressing it specifically and directly. And that's how you move on to a really positive place, is put it on the table, address it straight on, resolve it straight on, and get to a really good place. And I think that's where we are.
Mr. Secretary, talk a little bit about manufacturing in India, because obviously there's a number of companies, including a couple of companies here, who are looking to invest further in manufacturing in India. What's your view of that? Do you think the U.S. will be doing more to help push more manufacturing in India, in addition to obviously manufacturing in the United States?
Well, I think the United States wants to bring advanced manufacturing back to the United States of America. All right, that's a key industrial platform for us to bring back domestic manufacturing and reshoring in America. Right? So now there are enormous number of product categories that we are going to be delighted for India to produce. And what we're going to have is you'll sort of have a trade deal that says, look, these kind of industries would be great for India to produce. And in fact, there are enormous numbers of industries that we'd really like to go to India, right? And what happens is you create this sort of trade deal that puts India in a unique position, right? Because it'll have a special relationship with the United States. In certain industries, it will have a better tariff relationship than most other countries in the world, which means India will be the beneficiary of those kind of products. So some will need to be reshored to America, right? But they'll be replaced with incredible opportunity for India, which has one of the most extraordinary economies, one of the most extraordinary, the key that makes an extraordinary economy is the determination of the people. How much do your people care about being in business? How entrepreneurial are they? How much do they drive to be better for their families? And, from what I know about India, the core population of India has that drive and ambition. And that's why the Indian economy will always continue to grow and thrive. Because it has that from the underpinning, and so you can do things in India that many other countries, you just can't get done.
So you mentioned that hunger. Obviously, India has made huge strides in digital innovation and talent. How can the Prime Minister, when he was here, mentioned AI standing for America and India. When you think about artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, emerging tech, do you see opportunities for collaboration on that front?
Well, our view of AI and the best chips in the world was the Biden administration had a very constrained view. And the Trump administration's view is embrace your allies, have your allies join you in the AI revolution, right? Have them come with you. So we are willing to sell our best chips, but they have to be done in certain ways so they can't end up in the hands of those that we don't want to have them. We don't want them training their models on that kind of thing. So we have a variety of rules, but basically our idea is that we want to embrace our allies and our friends in a way that is much more open than the Biden administration, not even on the same hemisphere. So we love our allies. We want our allies to participate in the AI revolution with us. And if India is interested, which of course it is, and it wants to build giant data centers and be a part of that model, we are ready, willing, and look forward to embracing India as a partner and friend in that path.
And how are you thinking about Indian talent in the United States, in the U.S. innovation ecosystem, especially considering ongoing visa and immigration discussions? How do you see that pipeline remaining open? Do you feel pretty optimistic about that? Because obviously the U.S. has been a great hub for a lot of Indian talent coming here too.
Well, the success of Indian entrepreneurs in America, they lead so many. Those of Indian nationality run so many of the great companies of America because they're fantastic entrepreneurs, fantastic business people, smart, thoughtful, educated in every way. But I think the ordinary path of immigration for America is changing, right? The Trump card is coming out. I expect the Trump card will create really an enormous opportunity for people to to have the ability to come to America. I think we are going to be incredibly successful in India. So when people ask me, when are you coming to India? I'd say, when I launch the Trump card, I promise you, I'm coming to India, okay? Because I think it's just a wonderful opportunity for people to be part of two economies, the Indian economy and the American economy. So you'll be able to come to America, participate in America, right? And not pay, here's the key. You can become like a green card holder, the equivalent of it. It's the Trump gold card, but it's the Trump card. You can do it that way and pay global tax, or you can keep everything the way it is and just pay US tax on US assets, and you pay nothing on your global assets and no inheritance tax and none of that kind of stuff either, right? And that's what we're going to call an international entrepreneur. That's a special category, and I think it will be very, very well received amongst the people, the great people of India who want to participate and have the means to participate in America.
I'd love to get your take on two sectors. One you know well, capital markets in India. What's your take on how you view capital markets in India as a partner for U.S. investors? How do you see the development of that? And do you have any thoughts on that? And the second, you've talked a little bit about agriculture in the past, and I'd love to get your take on what else India should do to open up the agriculture sector.
I think with capital markets, the better your markets and the rougher your regulators are on your companies, so that their books are beautiful, that their quarters are consistent with American models, would be the way that India can then attract outsiders to go public in their market. Because the Indian market has so much opportunity and scale to it, that the opportunity for rigorous accounting and rigorous regulatory oversight of your securities industry will produce benefits far beyond what you consider. So I think that's a great opportunity for India. And then with respect to agriculture, it's just political will. How much do you want to do business reasonably with the United States? The United States understands that farmers, ranchers, right, these are the kind of people who have, lots of political voice. And we understand that. And so what we try to do is find the path that is acceptable, right, politically at home and for us as well. And I think we found that way. I think we'll find that path together. It's just a smart way of doing it. We have that same political will here. So I think we can speak to each other and find that path.
Can I ask you a couple of personal questions?
Sure.
You've been an entrepreneur. Your story, anyone who knows your story knows your story is one of resilience. What's it been like to be over here? What's the Mr. Lutnick comes to Washington, but what's been the biggest surprise, both positively and negatively?
So I've been my own boss, or I was. I was my own boss for more than 30 years. I worked at the same company for 41 years. I became the CEO when I was 29, the principal owner of the company when I was 35. If you had told me on November 1st that I would not be working at my company and I will have divested, sold my company and own nothing of my company, which I own nothing of my company now, I would have said, that's a joke, that's impossible. That's November 1st when I was on the campaign trail with Donald Trump and I was helping him and advising him and traveling around with him. But I was there to help him get elected, and my idea was to stand on the train platform and wave goodbye, right? I was going to do transition, and then afterward I was going to, go back to running Cantor Fitzgerald with my great friend in the White House. But if you remember, the transition went so smoothly, so swiftly, and the president enjoyed it so much because I know him really, really well. And so I knew what he wanted to see, how he wanted to see it, and I had it all set up for him. And he didn't want to talk about transition 1 minute before he won the election. So he wouldn't talk about it at all. So he just trusted me to do it. And last time, by the way, he trusted Chris Christie to do it, and he fired Chris Christie a couple of days after the election day and had to start again. So think of how messed up that would be. So in this case, he trusted me completely, and if you remember how quickly it went, and so he just had such a good time, he started talking to me about serving. And the biggest difference is I am absolutely not my own boss. Like my friends go, you have a boss, you know, because I'm like, oh, the boss says this, the boss says that, I can't. You know, my wife says, when are we taking vacation? And I said, I have no idea. She's like, do you ever get a vacation? I said, I've only had the job for 4 months. You can't like have a vacation. And
can't say, boss, I need 5 days off.
I have a boss. But what I'll tell you about this boss, he is the most intuitive person I have ever met. Every time he asks me something, he's right. He says, you know, on commercial ships, why do they always have that flag? I never know what that flag is. What is that flag? Like, none of you know what the flag is. On every commercial ship, cruise ship you've ever seen, generally the #1 flag is Liberia. Well, Liberia, Panama, these are all flags of convenience. The whole thing is a scam. Okay, it's all a tax scam. So the fact that he asked me what, like he knows, he always asks these kind of questions and they are so insightful every single time. And so you just end up with so much respect for the man because he actually, instinctively understands so much, and then you sit with him and he knows how to call Putin and he calls Xi, and it's just, look, if you're going to work for somebody, right, the only person to work for is Donald Trump in his 2nd term. Because you imagine you walk into the Oval Office and you've never been there before. So what you do is you ask other people, how do you do this, right? Now he walks in, he knows exactly how to do it, and he's thought about how to do it better for 4 years. So he comes in, fire. I got 4 years, let's go. And every day he knows what to do and how to do it, right? He runs press conferences every day. Every day he's willing to talk about everything. He sits at his desk, he calls the press in, he talks to them, he talks openly, he tells people what he thinks, he gets on the plane, he walks in the back and he just has a chat. No one has ever seen anything like this because no one's been more confident in what they should be doing as president, and no one's more intuitively thoughtful than Donald Trump, and that's what makes it amazing to work for him.
So last question, because I know we're out of time. What's the advice, given that it is the 2nd term, for the people in this room, many of whom are leaders in the U.S., of big U.S. companies, some are leading big Indian companies, given that it's the 2nd term, given that he's confident, what's the best advice for this room in terms of engaging with you, with President Trump, with this administration that's different from the 1st term?
Have no doubt and have no fear about what he says. What he says he's going to do, right? Don't listen to the fake news. Don't listen to the legacy media. He's going to do what he says. Bet on Donald Trump. You should bet on Donald Trump, okay? Should invest in America because America is going to reshore. It's going to win. I'll give you a couple of statistics, right? If we open enough markets around the world, we should increase our exports by $300 billion, which would be 25% of our trade deficit, an attainable, unimpressive outcome. That's 1% of GDP growth. You have trillions and trillions coming onshore to invest onshore. If you think about building those factories, you're thinking about 1.5 points of GDP. So you realize we just discussed 2.5 points of domestic GDP driven by the White House, not counting the regular growth. So you're going to see the United States of America grow 4%, not 3, not 2. Because if you think about it, why was America always growing kind of the same as the rest of the world? The answer was because it wasn't taking care of itself. When it wakes up to take care of itself, it's going to do really well. And the best way to think about it is the president thinks America first, but he does not think America only or America exclusively. He will, first he's got to take care of home so we're big and strong, but then he's going to take care of his allies. He's going to make sure he takes care of India, who he deeply, deeply admires and respects. And we are going to have a great, great relationship together.
On that note, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and Mr. Deegan. I now invite Mr. Frank St. John, Chief Operating Officer at Lockheed Martin, to give a special vote of thanks.
All right, well, good evening, everyone. On behalf of Lockheed Martin, I'd like to extend our sincere thanks to the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum for bringing us together for this important dialogue. USISPF has been a great partner in our efforts and continues to be a powerful platform for advancing the U.S.-India relationship through industry leadership, collaboration, and shared vision. A special thanks to you tonight, Secretary Lutnik, for your thoughtful remarks and clear perspective on the opportunities ahead. Your leadership in global finance and commitment to innovation reflect the kind of forward-thinking approach that will be vital as we deepen commercial ties between our two nations. Thank you again.
We the people, as partners with India and the United States.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
If I could ask everyone to remain seated while the Secretary leaves, please.
Well, this is the final part of the program, but the more important one, because we have 3 business leaders who have built a strong partnership between India and the United States, and USISPF board recognizes them tonight. The first one is a dear friend, Arvind Krishna, who is the chairman, CEO of IBM. You know, Arvind has transformed IBM into a laggard, from a laggard into a leader by focusing on innovative technologies on the quantum side, on the AI side, cyber side. But more important is Arvind and I worked together when we had a COVID crisis. And I called up Arvind, I said, Arvind, we need to get a lot of oxygen concentrators into India. And he says, you know, what kind of number are you talking? And I said, roughly, we need to get 100,000 concentrators in India. So Arvind and I, we reached out to Raj Subramaniam, and he gave his planes, which every day were ferrying oxygen concentrators from China into India. What's interesting is initially Chinese stopped these concentrators going to India. So we had to take them from China into Tokyo, and Tokyo back into India itself. And Arvind was one of the biggest fundraiser for us from that perspective. So I want to say thank you, Arvind, for what you did. Now, Arvind also has focused a lot building U.S.-India partnership. He has committed to invest $150 billion in the U.S. to keep on innovating, bring in manufacturing. But at the same time, IBM has a very, very large headcount in India focused on innovation. So on behalf of USISPF board, Arvind, I'd like to basically say thank you and ask John to give you the award itself.
These things are never done in isolation. So the first thing I'd like to say is I'd like to deeply thank all my colleagues at IBM, all of our colleagues in India, all the great relationships I have built over the years and that our company depends upon, whether it's our partners here in the US or partners in India, and all the support we do get from the governments in both countries. This is really what allows the companies to flourish in the global ecosystem we are now in. And as Secretary Lutnik talked about, I am very optimistic about where growth is going to go in the future. I'll admit I'm optimistic about this, but I also think that I think he's undercalling 4%. If I look at India, it's not actually 6 to 7. People talk about that. Remember, you got to add inflation. So in real terms, that's 12. Real is all that matters for the person on the street. And over here, if you add inflation plus growth, that means we can get up to 6 to 7, which people have not seen in a long time. So that, on that optimistic note, thank you all.
Arvind, thank you. I think the next individual, Mr. Birla, is a known name all across India and around the world. As an organization, this organization touches almost 11 million people from the CSR program itself. But more important is he's running an organization which is doing roughly $66 billion in revenue with over $100 billion market cap. Mr. Birla has been with the organization for the last 30 years, and he has increased the turnover of the organization by 30 times. But more important is he is the single largest investor from India into the United States. The group has invested over $15 billion and continue to invest in the US. But more important is an organization whose culture is very accepting, whose culture is basically trying to look at the welfare, not only just of its employees, but of the community. So the effort they put in, as I mentioned earlier, they touch over 11 million people annually trying to help the welfare of those people itself. So we're proud that you are here, Mr. Birla. We're proud that you're part of the USISPF board and executive committee. Congratulations. And John, over to you here. He missed the picture.
Good evening. It's wonderful to be here in DC, and I'm honored to accept the 2025 USISPF Global Leadership Award. I extend my gratitude to the USISPF and to all of you distinguished guests gathered here tonight. And I believe that this recognition in some ways is a powerful reminder of the extraordinary potential of the India-US partnership. In my view, the United States and India represent the two most dynamic economies in the world today. For us, the PERMA bets, or permanent bets, as we call it at the Aditya Birla Group. Both are driven by innovation, talent, and the sheer force of entrepreneurial ambition. The synergies between our two nations across trade, technology, and manufacturing are essential to shaping a more prosperous global future. At the Aditya Birla Group, we believe that the United States is an incredibly attractive location for long-term investment, and we are very proud to be the largest Indian investor in the US. Our journey in this market started 18 years ago when we acquired what was then a loss-making aluminum rolling company called Novelis. Today, Novelis alone is an $18 billion behemoth with an annual capacity of 4.1 million tons, and more striking still, it is the world's largest aluminum recycling company, recycling 82 billion cans annually. Each time I visit the US, I'm reminded of why it is the land of opportunity, and we continue to back that belief with action. At Bay Minette in Alabama, we have an ongoing project of $4.1 billion for an integrated aluminum rolling mill, a 3,000-acre testament to our ambition. This is our largest greenfield venture in any location, anywhere on the planet. We chose America because we believe in the strength, in the stability, and promise of this nation. This is the biggest industrial bet ever placed in Alabama's history. And today, over 1,000 contractors are shaping that vision on the ground as we speak. And by the end of this year, we expect that number to double. I see this plant as a real catalyst for the region, 1,000 permanent jobs, a resurgent local economy, new roads, a hotel under construction, developers lining up. Our commitment, frankly, is beyond just capital. We are investing in people, and we are investing in communities and long-term impact. That's how we operate everywhere in the world. And frankly, this is how globalization should be, not a zero-sum game, but as shared prosperity. Our actions and our investments only reveal our deep-rooted commitment to the US and to the broader US-India partnership as well. I would like to thank the quiet force behind our journey, our 5,400 American colleagues. Their dedication anchors our presence here in the United States. To be recognized tonight is not just a personal honor, it is a recognition of what I believe our two nations can accomplish through our long-standing partnership. The journey ahead is full of promise, and I'm energized by what we can build together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birla. Our final award winner, and somebody asked us, you are US-India, and how come you are taking a lead awarding a Japanese business leader? You have to understand, when you look at the Quad, the geopolitical alignment between the four countries, and when you look at India and Japan, and also US, the triangle is driving a lot of energy between all three countries itself. When you look at what Japan is doing, especially Hitachi, building a bullet train from Mumbai to Ahmedabad, or setting up basically railway yards across, or focus on industrial automation, focus on mobility. We talked about earlier with Mr. Higashihara-san regarding SMRs, nuclear plants, coming, bringing them to India itself. So we're delighted and honored to have Mr. Higashihara-san to be the final award winner for tonight itself.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to receive this remarkable award from the USISPF, along with such a distinguished leader, Mr. Krishna and Mr. Birla. I'm really happy to receive this kind of great award. And Hitachi now promoting a social innovation business to improve the people's quality of life. And probably, this award reflects that strong and the enduring partnership that Hitachi built in United States and India. At Hitachi, we believe in the power of the collaboration to drive innovation and inclusive growth. And finally, I'd like to thank you, all of my members in India and the United States and the world for tireless effort to promote social innovation business and to create better society. Thank you very much.
Please stay here. Can I ask Arvind and Mr. Birla to come up on the stage to take a group photograph while they set the stage?
So we'll reset the chairs, and then I'll invite our awardees to take a seat for our next conversation with Mr. Joe Ukazaglo, who is the CEO of Deloitte and USISPF board member.
Are they activated? Yeah. It's not.
The volume is down. As soon as when you start talking, they'll put the volume.
congratulations to all three of you. I know I speak for everyone in attendance, our deep gratitude for the contributions that each of you make to the very special U.S.-India relationship. And in today's world, frankly, that relationship has never been more important. We figured that we would take advantage of having these three luminaries assembled to get some perspectives on some of the big topics that will drive the future of the relationship. And Arvind, I wanted to start with you. You are the leader of one of the globe's most iconic technology companies. We are living through a period of rapid technological change, and it's becoming very clear that part of bringing the full benefits of these technologies to society is going to require partnership between the private sector and the public sector. So what's your perspective? How do you and IBM look at technology collaborations with both the US government and the Indian government?
Look, somebody, I think, used the phrase, maybe Harvard, it's not a zero-sum game. I think the mistake people make, and this is something I learned over the years, and by the way, in conversations with my good friend here, John Chambers, zero-sum game means you think it's a fixed pie. If I do something here, that leaves a smaller slice for everybody else. What you got to think about is, can you expand the size of the pie? Can you work together to make the market actually much bigger than it was? Now, your slice may be actually smaller as an angle, but it's a much bigger total amount of pie that you're getting, and your friend or partner is getting an equally bigger piece, and that's how you got to think about it. So when you say work with governments, I always think about, can India and the US work together to get more market share across the globe at large? By the way, maybe it's because I think about technology. Technology, when I started in my career, was less than $1 trillion globally. It's now between 5 and 6. I believe it'll be at 10 trillion before the end of the decade. So the question is, how do you participate together to win in that marketplace and stop thinking of a fixed mindset? I actually think that this is what most people fall into the trap, including some, not all governments, that it's a fixed pie.
An incredibly valuable framing. Ultimately, a brighter future for the American people, a brighter future for the people of India, that those two things should ultimately be synergistic. Kumar, that's a remarkable statistic that you are the leading Indian investor into the United States. And so you are probably uniquely positioned to share some perspectives with this assembled group on the confidence that you have in the United States as an investment opportunity, your perspectives that have led you to invest disproportionately here.
So, like I said in my remarks a little earlier, we started our investment through acquiring a company called Novellus about 17, 18 years ago. Novellus was then a loss-making company. Therefore, there was a whole process required to turn it around, which meant we required the support of local governments. We're present in 15 states, so that's saying a lot. And I could feel the support being so solid and the commitment being so sort of, complete in helping us, an Indian company, to turn around a very large company spread across the U.S., but which wasn't doing well, which was bleeding and needed help and support. And right from then to now, it's grown tremendously. Like I said, $18 billion in revenue. It's one of the star companies in our portfolio. And that kind of longitudinal experience is, I think, very representative of the kind of support that a government would give you or would not give you. 18 years is a long period of time. We also acquired another company called Colombian Chemicals that makes carbon black. Carbon black is used for tires and all things black. And again, it was the same experience. I think that we got great support. And I think what people like us in industry look for is stability. And what we look for is transparency. And I think that's Those are factors that we find in great abundance here in the US, which makes it a very attractive destination for investment for us.
Well, thank you for your optimism and for your confidence. Higashihara-san, you have led a profound transformation of Hitachi. I know a big part of that has been grounded in cross-border collaboration. It'd be interesting to hear your advice to the business leaders here about how to promote greater cooperation, collaboration amongst the United States, Japan, India, and ultimately extending to Australia, bringing to life the full value of the Quad.
Yeah, that's a very good question. It is very difficult to combine all the members in the United States and Japan and India and all over the world. But at that time, I sometimes mentioned, go to the Hitachi's origin. Let me introduce a little bit about the Hitachi's origin. Hitachi was founded in 1910, but at that time, Hitachi was just a venture company in a small, tiny workshop. And since then, Hitachi has continued to grow to this day with upholding our corporate philosophy that is a contribute to the society through the development of the superior original technology and the products. Contribute to society is the big keywords, right? As well as we also, the founding spirit consists of the harmony, sincerity, and the pioneering spirit. These, I have defined this corporate philosophy and the founding spirit and Hitachi's core mission and value, which form the part of the Hitachi group identity. Or everybody go back to the origin of Hitachi. And we established the origin park in Hitachi City, 150 kilometers from Tokyo. And this is we visited there. We can, learn a lot with the origin, philosophy origin. It is my way to, have a unity of the Hitachi group.
Well, thank you for those perspectives. I think there is widespread agreement that this Quad relationship is going to be increasingly important and impactful to the world. Arvind, I think we've actually set a record. I can't remember a panel that either of us, probably any of us in the room, have participated on in the last year where we are on to the fourth question and artificial intelligence has not yet come up. So let's break the streak here and delve in. AI is here. Agentic workforce applications proliferating, certainly seen that within IBM, within Deloitte, within so many of our organizations. And with that comes some level of automation of existing jobs. Your perspectives on the future of work, upskilling, reskilling, because that conversation is front and center economically and politically across both the US and India right now.
Look, so let's begin with the positive. I make a prediction with 100% certainty. At the end of the day, the total number of jobs because of artificial intelligence will increase. If you take a big macroeconomic perspective, do more productive companies and nations gain market share or lose market share? Always, they gain. If they gain, they're going to need more people to go service all of the demand that comes from being more productive. Is AI a great tool for improving productivity? Absolutely. Let me add a second dimension to it. In most of the countries that we work in, population is declining. So if you do not have technologies that can augment humans, we will have another problem on our hands. This is, by the way, across. Japan looks at hitting about 50% by the end of the century, and they acknowledge it. Korea, same thing. China is actually worse. I think China is down by 60% by the end of the century. Most of Western Europe is declining. The United States, if you take immigration out, is actually declining. India has now reached flat. Working people will still increase for about 10 years, but then you're going to need technologies to help augment humans to maintain and improve GDP and our standard of life. Now, to get a bit more real, will there be some job displacement? Possibly. But we're talking about 4, 5, 6, 10%. If we all step up to upskilling and reskilling, that's incredibly easy to take care of. People forget that about 60% or 70% of all jobs are not going to get taken or touched by AI because there is human interaction, there are frontline jobs, there are lots of things for which machines will be a lot more expensive than it appears right now. None of those are going to get touched. Will I will call it, the reason I think for all the angst is this is the first time that the lower end of white-collar work is being attacked. Blue-collar work has been attacked by machines for 100 years. You can go back to the power loom and think about it that way. So that is why I think the angst. But I am 100% positive. I'll give you our numbers. I've been pretty vocal in the press that we took between 6,000 and 8,000 jobs out because of AI and automation. But our total employment has increased. I just want to be clear. And so that is what we all face. And then it is on us to upskill and reskill our people so they actually are the most likely to get those other jobs.
It's an incredibly important perspective that ultimately you can boil down so many of society's greatest issues right now to productivity. Productivity is the solution, and ultimately AI is the great productivity unlock. Kumar, India has now emerged as the world's 4th largest economy, over $4 trillion of GDP. You talked a few minutes ago about the huge investment opportunity in the US. Can you share a few thoughts around the opportunity in India and some of the advice and perspective you'd have for global investors?
So, like you said, we've just surpassed Japan to become the 4th largest economy in the world, which is just a testament to how fast and how consistently the economy is growing under the Modi dispensation. Lots of new opportunities, basis trends on the ground that have been stronger than ever before. One is that you're seeing a big shift from the informal to the formal economy. So when I say informal, I mean cash, I mean not structured. We're now talking about structured, digital, formalization in every way, which throws up new opportunities for people like us. For example, real estate. Just 4 years ago, only 2% of that sector was formalized. Today it's 20%. Another 5 years, it's going to increase to 40%. We therefore now have an opportunity as a business house to play in that sector, which means there's a new opportunity open to us that didn't exist before. The same with paints. As a manufacturing and a marketing business, we forayed into paints a year and a half ago. We've put up 6 plants across the country, in different parts of the country. We have in one fell swoop become the 2nd largest producer of cement, of paints in the country, and this is an industry that's been around for 3 or 4 decades. We've reached out, connected with 30,000 dealers. We are present in 6,000 towns and cities. These are things that would not have been possible for corporates like us to do if the economy had remained unstructured, driven by cash, so on and so forth. Infrastructure is another huge bet. Our road network, not many people might know, is the 2nd largest after China in the world. Our infrastructure has grown tremendously. Our rail network has grown 4 times in the last 5 years. Our power generation capacity has grown by 90%. So the whole cascade of growth in infrastructure, building materials, for example, steel, cement, aluminum, all of these are going to see much larger waves of demand coming in. EV, the Indian government wants to have half of its power generation through alternative renewables in the coming future, and which means a whole new set of opportunities. You've got batteries, wafers, cells, new metals like copper. And the last big trend is that we're going to have soon 1 billion people in the working force in India. And it is also going to be the youngest working force anywhere in the world. Think about the buying capacity that's getting added, and as incomes go up, you reach a point when the economy starts to take off like never before. So the opportunities are huge, and I think that the government has its act together in terms of, like I said, consistency in policy for India as well, and they're very open and welcoming of foreign investment.
Extraordinary growth opportunity. Let's close out, Higashihara-san, with your perspectives. Hitachi has had such a long legacy of partnership in India. What would you add to the opportunity set that you're seeing in terms of future collaboration and opportunity in India?
Hitachi started the Indian business in 1933. And Hitachi established the Mumbai branch. It is the first overseas branch. It is in 1933, in 1930s. So we were very interested in the Indian business. But at this moment, total revenue Hitachi has just 1.6 billion, very small, 1.6 billion. But we have now 40,000 employees in India. Totally, 65, Hitachi total revenue is 65 billion US dollar globally, but total employees are 280,000. How big in the Indian people, right? 40,000. That because India is a very great talent, especially in the digital. So, as you know, Hitachi, Global Logic joined the Hitachi Group, and the other time the Global Logic is a digital powerhouse. Had the most advanced engineering facility in India. So I'd like to expand this digital member in Asia, in India. But in addition to that, I'm concerning about how to expand the infrastructure, especially I'm concerning about the energy sector. Hitachi Energy has one of the biggest transformer factory in India. And we can expand this kind of power grid, high voltage direct current system, and we'd like to contribute to the infrastructure of the such a power grid system in India. And together with such kind of digital technology, and now I mentioned Hitachi promote a social innovation business. Social innovation business is that they provide intelligent infrastructure by using digital technology and improve the quality of life. So, in a sense, we can monitor the power grid status by gather the data. We can predict what kind of failure occurred in the future. In such an intelligent infrastructure, we'd like to provide digital and infrastructure. This is my, future, investment in India.
Well, my thanks to all three of you for the insights and the optimism, and frankly, my takeaway here is that the future of the U.S.-India relationship is in very good hands with the three of you engaged. So if you could all please join me in one final congratulations for the honorees.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us tonight for the 8th Annual USISPF Leadership Summit. That concludes our program. I want to give special thanks to our speakers, our sponsors, our members, and our honorees. The bar back in the lobby is now open, and we have coffee, tea, and a dessert station out there as well. So please join us, continue to network, and enjoy the rest of your evening. So on behalf of USISPF, I thank you all again and wish you all a good night. Thank you.